Bon dia, good morning. We'll start. I know that it's not easy after this. The third day is always the most difficult one. And to start on time is even more difficult. We said that in a moment of digitalization and Zoom meetings and webinars, things start on time, but real life, it's not possible to change, which it has a good thing. So I'm the honor to introduce you our keynote speaker today, this morning. She is a great professional. Ása, Ása Richardsdóttir. Ása Richardsdóttir is our keynote speaker. It's important to say that she was correcting me in my bad pronunciation of her name. And it's important because language is part of cultural diversity, and we need to recognize them and to give the power. And when we talk about our first name, this is very important, no? to really be kind with our first name, because it's our identity. So thank you, Ása, to be with us this morning. She is the General Secretary of the IETM. This is the oldest European network in the field of culture. They are celebrating the 40th anniversary this year. And we were just remembering these times in the 80s. And Dragan Klaj is someone who influenced us a lot. And it's nice today to remember this so smart Yugoslavian academic person in the field of performing arts. He was really an amazing, a very critical person, and we miss him even today, many years from when he passed away. So she will introduce today the topic. She prepared a fantastic speech. And I think she will help us to go to this third part of our seminar, where we want to focus more on the proposal side, not just to be analyzing why things happen, but in which way we can change things. So thank you very much to come from faraway Iceland. So it's another. I know that you're not coming from at this very moment, but I'm saying it's another peripheral of Europe. And thank you for coming to Barcelona this morning. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you so much, Luis, for your kind words. And thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. Nice to see you all. I hope you've all done your morning yoga. If not, then this is the chance, at least, you know, do a little stretch, become comfortable in your seat, and pay attention. My New Year's resolution is to see more people. Face to face, eye to eye, embrace to embrace when we can. And what better place to start this New Year's resolution than in Barcelona, of all cities. And while I was thinking what I wanted to share with you today, I did a little Googling about your project, your previous projects that are linked, and the aims of the future. I was very happy to see the concreteness of Stronger Peripheries, to promote and present several new artistic productions in several countries, and in addition, and I quote, hold workshops and conferences and produce documentation focusing on alternative models that take periphery realities into account. And I started wondering a little bit, what is it that we mean by this periphery, and why is there still this preoccupation with the center and the periphery in the discourse? And whether it's perhaps time to revisit conventional definitions. I will, if I have time, speak a little bit more about this in the end of my intervention today. But I am mainly here to tell you about Perform Europe, the main learning points and the paradigm shift which we have discovered is needed in our performing arts sector. And I'm going to assume most of you know a little bit what Perform Europe is about, but in case somebody does not, it is an 18-month experimental project which the European Commission under the Creative Europe program mandated 5 organizations to conceive and execute. And those organizations are IETM, the International Network for the Contemporary Performing Arts, IFA, the European Festival Association, Circus Strata, the Circus Network, ETN, the European Dance House Network, and our research partner, IETM Consult. So these 5 organizations and the people that are working for them have been working together since December 2020, and we will be working together on Perform Europe until June this year. Perform Europe is a European project, just like yours. And it is about allowing the performing arts field to research and test innovative international touring models and to rethink cross-border distribution of performing arts. That's what it's about. First we research, and then we are now testing if we can figure out a way to do things differently in our touring and in a more sustainable, inclusive, and geographically balanced way. And this is important. And the aim of this testing and rethinking is that this first pilot project will lead to a permanent European fair funding scheme for the performing arts. The idea behind Perform Europe did not come about in a vacuum. It's been called for from the sector for a very long time. And networks and organizations across Europe have been talking about a funding scheme that has the performing arts in mind for a very long time. We have known about the inequalities and disparities in our sector for a very long time as well, but we have never researched it fully. And we are actually, as a sector, just in the initial stages of making the needed changes that need to happen. So Perform Europe has been long awaited and highly anticipated. It is just a pilot, and it's just the beginning of what we hope is going to be more durable shifting access of funding schemes in the future. But it is really important to emphasize to you, as well as all the other people in the sector that might be listening, that Perform Europe is an experiment. It's a pilot of 18 months. We do not yet have a permanent structure. And even if we did, changes need to happen simultaneously elsewhere in our value chain and across our sector for there to be a profound impact. And therefore, it's so important that there are so many others like Stronger Peripheries that are thinking about the similar things and trying to come up with solutions. So we are now in month 13 of the 18 months, and we started in December 2020, like I said earlier, and we have done first phase, the research. That's where we started the research back in December, more than a year ago. And this is the part of Perform Europe that I am going to concentrate mostly on here today, because I think it's the most relevant, and actually because the other phase, we're in the midst of it, and there's no way of analyzing it yet. So in the first 6 months, we completed the research part of the project, which was essential in order for us to know where we stand and where we should head. And this is probably the largest, the most extensive research of the performing arts, at least that we know of, that has been done. We explored and mapped the context of which performing arts works have been presented across borders in the past years. The research team identified and analyzed the current issues and disparities, taking into account the COVID-19 effects, and sketched solutions for bringing about change. Throughout the research and the broader Perform Europe experience and process, we have had very many in-depth conversations with very many representatives of the performing arts sector, artists, cultural managers, venues and festival professionals, experts, funders, academics, peer network partners from Europe and beyond. We tested a new method of analyzing social media data, and we undertook a large-scale survey which collected insights and very many different insights from more than 2,000 performing arts professionals from across Europe and beyond. All this helped us to unfold what we call the status quo of the European landscape of performing arts presentation and to picture a better future for our ecosystem. And in addition, 41 national experts from each of the creative Europe countries and the UK, because sorry to say they have left us, but they're still in Perform Europe, mapped and researched various support programs and tools for touring and digital distribution of the performing arts in the respective countries, and with us conducted an analysis of how relevant and sustainable those instruments are. Now, many of the topics and issues that I will share with you can be found in what we call the Perform Europe Insight papers. And you can find that paper on the Perform Europe website. And I really encourage you to take a look at it. performeurope.eu. Our standpoint, our sort of manifesto in our work, the beginning of our work is this. Cross-border touring and presentation is essential both for audiences as well as artists and presenters. Seeing artwork from other countries makes us more empathetic. It does broaden our perspective, and it helps us understand the complex world around us. This makes our societies more inclusive, more democratic. For artists, venues, and festivals, transnational mobility is important because it inspires new artistic approaches, fosters artistic development. Art will not blossom without cross-border exchanges, and our European project will be bare, small, uninteresting without it. But what is the reality? Our research showed that the current European landscape is rather far from being fair and inclusive, nor is it geographically balanced, and in many aspects, it's very unsustainable. First of all, touring and distribution is not equally accessible to all players in the sector. There are huge disparities across geographies, levels of privilege, stages of career, etc. Secondly, in the past year, in some countries, budgets for culture have been decreasing and economic pressure has been growing, which results in a more accelerated system with fragmented co-production budgets. This increased competition for limited resources, which leads to a system of mere survival. This system that we have now is at odds with artistic interest and values. It has human drain, it has unfair conditions, and the growing pressures of environmental awareness, while there is still very limited support for ecological mobility and understanding for the need of ecological mobility. These and many other factors clearly signal that the current touring and distribution system is not sustainable. And the COVID-19 pandemic has likely aggravated the gaps and fostered the survival logic. To sum up, our research shows that there are clear gaps in regards to finance, time, infrastructure, skills and capacity, knowledge and awareness, visibility and recognition, connectedness and collaboration, curiosity and inclusivity, solidarity and fairness, and equality. It's a rather bleak picture, don't you think? When we talk about the European landscape of performing arts and touring, it's very essential to draw up a clear picture of how that system is organized. Where are the trodden paths? Where are the weaker routes? What links are inexisting? How well is the European performing arts really connected? And what are the strongest connection points? Are there parts of Europe that are still very isolated? And where does the concentration of support and opportunity lie? As part of the research phase, we have pictured the main touring and presentation flows from where and to where performing arts work travel. And with the help of 41 national experts, we have also mapped various support programs and tools for touring and distribution and analyzed how relevant and sustainable those instruments are. And what we did, for the sake of our research, we divided the Creative Europe countries and UK into 6 macro regions. Oh, I went back, sorry. Which are the Balkans, number 1, which are Albania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. Eastern Europe, Bulgaria, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Croatia. Eastern Partnership, Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and Tunisia. Northern Europe, which is Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, and Sweden. South Europe, Cyprus, Malta, Italy, Greece, Spain, and Portugal. And Western Europe, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany, France, the Netherlands, UK, and Ireland. This is not, it could be done differently, just so that is said, but for the sake of the research, this is how we did it. And as part of the research, we have pictured the flows and to where the performing arts work is traveling. Where are artists touring? This slide shows you what we call the current state of affairs, based on the answers from more than 1,100 European artists and companies. This is a map of concentrated Creative Europe touring according to their answers in the last years. This is all their touring. I mean, all the information that they gave you, where have you been? It's there. And there you see the highest concentration points are quite familiar. This slide graph, however, shows you the answer to one question. Where have you presented your work at least once? And I know it's a small graph and perhaps not all of you can read the countries there, so I will read a little bit for you. So the highest one is Germany, then comes France, then Italy, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Spain, Netherlands, Austria, Denmark, Poland, and then it goes on. And for example, of more than 1,100 who are responded, 3 out of 5 have performed their work in Germany. 1 out of 50 have performed their work in Moldova and Armenia. So, it gives you a picture of where are the highest concentration camps, who can go where, when, and so on and so forth. This is another way of looking at the flow of touring. And here are all the numbers put together in a flow chart. And I hope we can read what it says there on the screen. But in a nutshell, West European artists and producers are in the most advantageous position, followed by their peers in northern regions, Southern Europe and Eastern Europe. Artists and producers from the Balkans and the Eastern Partnerships are generally relatively cut off from the European touring map. What we did also was that we mapped and analyzed 565 distribution support programs and schemes, funding schemes for touring, if we put it in simple language, which exist in the 41 countries. And you see how they are distributed amongst countries. More than 50% of these funding schemes are concentrated in Western and Northern Europe. It's important to note, however, that quantitative data should always be contextualized in regards to the population of the countries and the size of the performing arts sector. So this is not like, this should not be taken literally. This is a snapshot of a continent as opposed to funding program. But of course, some countries are larger than others and so on and so forth. So our qualitative analysis of the tools mapped also allowed us to divide the 41 country pool into 3 groups: countries with strong, medium, and weak support. And this is a heat map of that concentration. The category of countries with strong support encompasses all countries that offer a comparatively large number of support instruments for cross-border touring, which are balanced in terms of type of support, beneficiaries that are addressed, and disciplines covered. The countries under the strong support category are Belgium, France, Austria, Germany, Spain, Ireland, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Sweden, and the UK. In addition to these individual countries that I've just told you, the Nordic region also falls under the strong support category, thanks to the establishment of dedicated funds and platforms in the 50s by the Nordic Council, which are the main provider of support for touring and distribution in Northern Europe. The medium support category is quite diverse. There are countries where, despite the existence of national cultural policy and infrastructure, touring of the performing arts is not considered a funding priority and therefore is not structurally supported. And there are also countries where, despite the lack of sufficient public support, foreign and supranational entities fill this gap. The countries with medium support are Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Italy, Norway, Poland, Portugal, and Tunisia. The low support category includes all those countries that do not have or have only a few schemes supporting touring of performing arts. In most cases, the level of support for the performing arts sectors in these countries is rather limited. And in some of these countries, cultural policies are rather weak and non-existent. Some artist disciplines are not even recognized, and support to the independent scene is totally lacking. And the countries under this category are Armenia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Cyprus, Estonia, Georgia, Greece, Iceland, Kosovo, Malta, North Macedonia, Moldova, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, and Ukraine. And this synthesized heat map of support is based on the analysis of the 41 national experts. And as you see, again, it's the West and the North that are better off in supporting, and other regions are less. So surprise, surprise. So this is in quite detail for you, the geographical imbalances that we have analyzed, which I believe is of interest to you as a project and as a network that wants to enrich and strengthen peripheries. I will now, for the sake of time, skate over some of our other findings. I'm just going to check my time now here. And sum up that, that the current state of affairs and the questions we asked ourselves can be summed in what we call the gap analysis of our research, and is based on the answers of the 2,000 plus professionals from the sector. So, in short, number 1, geographical imbalances. Cross-border presentation mainly happens within the same macro regions and countries. West and South are mostly outside. West and some South European artists present the most outside of the regions, and Balkans and Eastern Partnership the least. So the challenge is, how do we create a more geographically balanced situation for the performing arts touring? Second, inequalities and barriers within national borders, remoteness, rurality, disabilities, minority background, ethnicity, gender, and more. These imbalances are a structural problem in our sectors, and the pandemic has hit the most vulnerable players the hardest. So how can we create a more equal access for artists and for audiences? Thirdly, not enough time and space to put the artistic value at the forefront. While artistic value, according to our research, remains the essential for the performing arts sectors, producers and presenters are convinced cross-border touring and presentation should bring artistic inspiration and enhance artistic development. How can we create the right conditions for the artistic value to flourish? Fourth, lack of support for and awareness about environmental sustainable practices. Environmental concerns have certainly been growing and are affecting the performing arts sector. However, the pace and the extent of it varies greatly from country to country and context to context. The survival mode brought by the pandemic and the lack of funding support for sustainable approaches are also a serious impediment to the greening of artistic practices. We have been told go green, but we've not been giving the mechanisms to do so. We don't have the resources. Go and take a train. It costs 3 times the cost of the flight ticket. These are all things that are not resolved yet. So how do we create the conditions where all can engage with more environmental sustainable practices for international touring? Fifth, well-being and ethics are challenged by unsustainable practices. Here we are talking about sustainable work-life balance and meaningful personal and professional growth. These are challenged by the never-ending competition for resources and visibility. Tours are very often short and hectic, which is exhausting and reduces space for inspiration, learning, and meaningful exchange. Can we make the performing arts ecosystem into a fair and safe space that allows for personal well-being and personal development? Sixth, lack of time and skills to build bridges with local communities. Many art professionals, when touring, rarely have time to engage with local communities, to include local people in their artistic processes, to install continuous dialogue and build profound connections. Presenters also lack time, skills, and the feeling of urgency to meaningfully include communities and local artists in their international programs. Can we create the time and space for meaningful exchange and connections with local communities and art scenes? And seventh, lack of money as a threat for continuity. According to our research, money is not the most essential incentive, neither for presenters nor for producers to engage in cross-border presentation and touring. However, lack of money is the #1 reason not to show work abroad and not to program foreign performances. The research shows that financial resources are not equally distributed throughout the Creative Europe zone. Creating a more balanced and sustainable situation does also have an economic dimension. So these are the issues and what can be done. At the end of the whole Perform Europe process, the third phase, a series of policy recommendations will be developed, and we've already started, and sent to the owner of the project, which is the European Commission. These recommendations will be based not only on the research that we have done, but on the versatile learnings of the second phase, which is what we call the development and testing phase. And with the knowledge of the research, we launched last May in 2020 a 2-step call for contributions to develop and test within Perform Europe, and we are currently in that phase. And we asked the sector, the performing arts sector, to come along with us on that short ride to reimagine how we do international touring. We sought to find exemplary proposals from presenters and producers of work. And when I say producers of work, I'm talking about the artists and the companies, which have sustainability at heart that have green elements at heart, solidarity, shared new economic solutions, which have inclusivity at heart to truly include those that have not been at the forefront of our sector, and seek ways to strike a balanced representation geographically from the point of view of the periphery versus the center, from the point of view of showing strength of the different corners and colors of the European region. And what happened, to our surprise, is that we got 1,327 applications in step 1. And these were both producers of work and presenters of work, and applied for the call that ended on the 9th of July. Out of those, 508 participants were accepted by our 11-member jury, which went onwards to step 2, where we offered those selected to participate in a short learning and networking process via 14 different events. Applicants could, during this period, start forming new partnerships and shape new partnerships amongst each other, co-create new touring and distribution proposals, get expert advice, pitch and network, and then apply for the Perform Europe fee. The total budget available, which we had from the Commission, was 1.5 million, with grants ranging from 10,000 euros to 100,000 euros. And this step 2 ended on October 4th and resulted in that 85 producers and presenters, jointly forming 19 partnerships, were selected for this first test phase of touring of Perform Europe. And they will be touring to over 45 artistic works, presenting those works more than 250 times in over 90 locations across the Creative Europe region from now until end of June. Now, there's a lot to be said about this phase, and I really don't have time to go into it. But one thing that can definitely be said is that the time that we, as well as the participants, had for this development was far too short. So that's one of the main learning points, that when you do a big project like that, you need more time. Those selected are now starting to tour, and we will follow them closely and document with various means how and if indeed those artists and presenters will be able to rethink the concept and execution of touring in a more sustainable, inclusive, and more geographically balanced way. But you remember the slide that I showed you earlier about the current state, where the concentration of touring has been happening in the last years? Well, we feel we have achieved a little bit of a shifting of the axis with our outcome. This slide shows you how the axis of the concentration points has shifted to the east, with a very sizable portion of the work, as well as the presentations, coming and happening in the eastern part of the Creative Europe region, with much less emphasis on the western and the north part. And this is important. The selection by the jury was extremely difficult, but it was based on artistic merit, quality of the artistic work, the novelty of the values that Perform Europe represents, that is the geographical balance, the sustainability, the inclusivity, and this is the result. So our hope is that Perform Europe will be an important contribution towards voicing and addressing what I've just described to you. And we are the touring testing partnerships will be showing us alternative ways of doing things. And I am actually personally quite convinced that it will, because there are some absolutely fascinating projects that are going to be executed by these presenters and artists in the coming months. And I can really encourage you to go on the Perform Europe website and study them, because there's information about all these projects and an interactive map and videos and lots of different things. We are also hoping that this exercise, this experiment that we are doing on behalf of the sector, will influence other funding programs as well. We are really hoping that our research can be applied to other sectors, and we kind of feel it can. There are a lot of innovative ideas out there, and I heard them yesterday, listening to the session about programming yesterday as I was waiting for my flight. you know, we do have ideas of how we want to change our sector, and we just need to get the masses of all of us to make the actual shift. And we have to be open to ideas, and we have to shape the funding programs ourselves in such a way that they start encouraging the change. That's the beginning. If the funding programs are encouraging change, that's where it will happen. So as a final note on this, I just want to encourage you to have a look at IETM's brand new publication with ideas and strategy for inclusive, fair and flexible art funding, which you can find on ietm.org in a PDF as well as an audio file. All our work is now being done both in a downloadable free PDF, but also an audio file, which you can listen on your way to work, on your bike, wherever you want to go. We are talking about a tangible paradigm shift that really requires rethinking and the way we support our touring. And this rethinking and eventual restructuring can only be done on a transnational level, as restructuring in an isolation country by country will not lead to a desired change. We still need to see a lot of changes on national level along with the European-wide change. And we actually need a systematic, coordinated support framework that takes us into account the complexities and disparities. A framework which has an inherent incentive for the stakeholders, us, to seek viable, sustainable, innovative methods and practices, which will be pioneering and contributing towards change for funders at all levels. This way, these innovative practices can spill over to other parts of our system and ultimately lead to the desired system change that we hope all want to see. Now, on a final note, and I know I have very little time, Louise, you might remember what I said about the need to address the notion of the periphery. And I think I want to say this. As we fight for and become co-creators of fair collaboration models, we have to shift our own minds. We have to acknowledge the unequal position we come from, yet at the same time, value our diversity. Life on the margins, the periphery, is often clearer, deeper, and more meaningful. The center is certainly not always in a good shape, and often, I feel, has lost its sense of purpose and direction. And I'm going to be honest with you now, I'm perhaps a little naive, but that's good. I come from the most northern corner of Europe, certainly a periphery in the conventional sense. Iceland was a medieval society until the Second World War, under the rule of the Danish and the Norwegians for centuries. I am born in the 60s, and I was told from a very, very early age that I had to contribute. I had to wear many hats, be active, because there were so few of us Icelanders, that if we wanted to make a mark for our society and to be noticed in the world, everybody had to pull their weight. This is really the mantra that I heard through my youth. I never perceived my home as peripheral. The only thing that bothered me as I embarked on my international career 25 years ago was that it always took me 3 hours longer to get anywhere in Europe than my colleagues. And it wasn't until the Belgians, the French, and the Germans, and some more, started pointing out to me that I was a periphery girl, that I noticed that my contribution was perhaps by some being defined by who I was, and most importantly, where I came from. So I really encourage all of us to join forces and eliminate that attitude once and for all, and let all our periphery girls, boys, and non-binaries stick together in doing so. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ása. So now we will just invite the roundtable panelists to join. Ása will, she will be also with them here in the, now we will just put the names on the table. By the way, we had a last minute cancellation. Jordi Sellas didn't feel well this last night. So now he has fever, so he's not coming. So we are in this very strange situation. But in any case, I'm sure we will enjoy a lot on the debate. So now they just will write, you have, and Jordi, you as moderator will be here like yesterday because that helps quite a lot. And you will be using the normal microphone, not this one. Ása, next and then Ása, Perez, Jordi.
Thank you.
Works? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Good morning, everyone, both those of you in the room as well as those following by the streamed session. And welcome to this panel called Beyond Conventional Cultural Diplomacy and International Cultural Policies, which will operate on a hybrid format as some of the others in this seminar. When Luis was opening the seminar last Wednesday, he mentioned that the agenda of these days had been designed as a step-by-step process, which opened by raising questions and analyzing the general context, and then progressively moved towards the definition of proposals and the design of solutions. And because our session is one of the last in the seminar, in a way, we are particularly concerned with reflecting on how things could change and what proposals for new policies and measures we can suggest in order to make international cultural relations more fair and equal. And I believe that the presentation we've just seen by Ása Richardsdóttir has already formulated several recommendations and several ideas for how international cultural cooperation and exchange could become more sustainable, fair, and equal. Let me remind, or let me raise some initial ideas about what fairness in this context could involve. For instance, fairness can refer to more balanced international cultural exchanges based on an appreciation of diversity and on supporting the capacities of cultural organizations in the global south to strengthen their position in global exchanges, in the line that, for instance, the UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expression suggests. But fairness can also refer to a concern with human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the ability of individuals and communities to exercise their cultural rights, as well as a concern with the working conditions and the living conditions of artists and other cultural professionals. Fairness can also refer to the introduction of reflections around colonialism, including by avoiding the reproduction of colonial approaches when we engage in international cultural exchanges. It can also refer to addressing imbalances in international mobility, and particularly the obstacles that are experienced by many artists and cultural professionals from some regions when trying to enter the global north, or it can refer, among others, to considering the responsibility of cultural professionals and organizations with regard to global challenges, such as those that relate to the climate emergency. Of course, and we've also seen it in the previous presentation, the notion of fairness and balance is quite relative, and it partly depends on how we position ourselves and how we define what is a center or a periphery. Among other things, fairness and balance will also be different depending on whether we focus on, for instance, the context in Europe, including its centers and peripheries, or if we look at the broader global sphere, including in terms of the global north and the global south. And these are some of the things that we can reflect on in the course of the session. As suggested in the title of the session, we will be paying particular attention to the field of cultural diplomacy and other forms of international cultural relations involving public actors. But as we also know, international cultural cooperation is a space in which many agents coexist, as our session will illustrate, and as actually the nature of the speakers that are gathered here also illustrates very well. And it's also worth mentioning that, as Milena Dragicevic-Sesic was mentioning in her speech last Wednesday, civil society organizations and citizen diplomacy have the potential to decolonize, to subvert, and to transform traditional approaches to international cultural relations, where traditionally self-interest and unilateral approaches have often prevailed. And of course, we also need to take into account of the obstacles, the challenges, and the inertias that exist in the field of international cultural exchange, which are certainly difficult to transform. Our panel of speakers today involves several experts who, although they operate in the private sector or in civil society, have been close observers of the reality of public authorities, and in some cases have been partners of public authorities, or in few cases have held positions in public organizations in the past. With them, we will examine what more equitable and fair international cultural relations could involve, how public policies could evolve to allow this, and what examples exist to illustrate this evolution. And I will now move to the table, as well as to the screen, because as you see, on the one hand, we have Alessandra Gariboldi, the president of the Fitzcarraldo Foundation, who will follow the session online, because due to unforeseen circumstances, she could not travel. As Luis has also said, Jordi Sellas, who was originally in the agenda, has not been able to come because of health issues. And on the other hand, we also have Ása Richardsdóttir, who, as you saw, presented in the previous session and who is joining the table as well. And we will try to have a conversation with, complementing presentations as well as some open space for discussions. I would like first to give the floor to Martina Maku, who's an independent consultant, researcher, and trainer in the fields of culture, civil society, and communications. She's currently a postdoc researcher at the SIG Lab of the University of Côte d'Azur in Nice. And she's part of the team that was entrusted by the UNIC network, the European Union National Institutes of Culture Network, with the elaboration of a toolkit on fair cultural collaboration. And that's, of course, a very pertinent experience to the topics that we will be discussing. So on the basis of this recent experience, Martina, could you share some insights on the notion of fairness in cultural collaboration?
Yes. So thank you, Jordi. Thank you to everyone. Good morning. I'm very happy because I've been here since Wednesday and have been following a bit the conversations that have been unfolding during those days. And I realized that they are all pertinent and they're very much in line with what we have been discovering through this process of putting together a toolkit on behalf of UNIC. I'll just explain a bit what this is and why I think that is relevant for this conversation that we're having today, and why it's relevant in general about the conversation in regards to fairness in cultural relations. For those of you that don't know what UNIC is, so UNIC is a cultural network, just like IETM. It has a more recent history, surprisingly. It was only established in 2006, compared to the 40 years history of IETM, which was a more grassroots, like a more performing arts organization. So for those of you that don't know what UNIC is, so UNIC is the European Union National Institutes for Culture, Institute of Cervantes, Goethe Institute, and smaller ones like the Hellenic Institute for Culture from Greece, where I come from. Why this is important? I mean, those institutes and those external relations departments from ministries of foreign affairs have always been the main carriers of cultural diplomacy actions around the world. Most of them were also created after the Cold War. And by the establishment of this network, they are in 2006, they entered very much in this conversation about, can Europe have a common language, have a common voice when it comes to culture beyond European borders? So UNIC and its members have been reflecting on the issue of fairness and fairness in cultural relations. Some of them, like Dutch culture, together with IETM, sometimes they have produced material questioning and putting forward the issue of cultural relations. And in March 2021, they commissioned this, the creation of this toolkit to a team of experts. We are a team of 6 people, including Avery Joffe from South Africa, Anna Steinkamp from Germany, Cristina Farina from Portugal, Kathleen Verstate, Belgian, but she has spent her professional life mostly in Singapore, and Sudebita Karata from India, and myself, that I come from Greece. So what we proposed at that time was a collaborative process. So it was not a research as such, because the outcome of this assignment was not to create a research project, but we felt that it was needed to consult as many people as possible in a design-led process and allow as many players, let's say, to express themselves and see how do they understand the issue of fairness. First of all, we did a small mapping of existing material, and this resulted in a provocation paper. Why a provocation paper? Because we actually wanted to raise questions. Like, we don't have the answers, right? But we wanted to raise questions and see what are those topics that need to be put on the table when we want to tackle the issue of fair collaboration, cultural relations. This provocation paper was also the basis of a series of roundtables that we organized in the month of June, gathering stakeholders at a very big extent from the UNIC membership, but with a representation in different countries of the world, so not just Europe, but from all over the place. We also tried to do them in different languages. So there was an English one, a Spanish one, and a French one. Again, French-speaking one. Again, of course, we see the dominant languages being an issue when it comes to communicating on those things. And there we raised issues when it comes like, how do people understand fairness? And then one issue that was very much striking was, how did we translate fair collaboration in other languages? How does it resonate in your own language? Like, if I think about it in Greek, it's very hard, no? Like, that has to do with justice. It has to do with law, no? When you think about fair, try to translate it in your own language, right? So this was also striking at a certain level. And then another element was that people were talking on a philosophical or in a questioning level, but then when it came to give concrete examples of what is fair and what is unfair, they were a bit blocked for different reasons, because they didn't want to point a finger to a colleague or to an institution or to a reality. My other interpretation is that we're just used to having a system that is unfair, and we're not questioning it, or we're not really, like, we cannot really explain or define why this is happening. So these roundtables at the end, we also launched a video ask survey which gave the opportunity to people to answer to 3 simple questions by giving us material, case studies and examples, or express in a oral, like as I said, like they could either say something, write something, or even draw something. So that was also interesting, and in the language that they wanted, which was also another interesting element for us. And we did a number of interviews as well. I think we did around 30 interviews with different stakeholders from all over the world. So that led us to trying to put together something that could be useful. I have to underline that the primary target group of this toolkit was the unique membership. So we're talking about national cultural institutes and ministries of foreign affairs that are responsible for cultural relations, plus all the offices that exist in all over the world. So there were different levels. So the leadership level of unique members, but also the hands-on level of people that are implementing projects in different regions and areas. The second target group would be the other practitioners, right? Like, so all this reflection is and should be relevant to people that are doing cultural relations on other levels. So trying to put everything together, we questioned also the issue of toolkit. So we find that having a toolkit on such a concept and or such an idea is not fair. A toolkit is something very prescriptive, right? It's a black and white thing. Is you do this or you do that. But what we felt that is necessary is this dialogue that is happening right now, or tools and ways of encouraging this kind of conversation between partners, between partners, first of all, on an organizational level as well, and on the systemic level as well. So what, as I said also before, change needs to happen simultaneously. So we identify also 3 different levels where these conversations need to take place. So it's the personal level, very much in relation with what Jordi said about positionality, like who am I? What are my privileges? What are my own beliefs? Where do I come from? How am I conditioned by my own sex, language, or religion, right? The organizational level, like how can we talk about fair practices in cultural relations if we as an organization, we are not fair? We are not implementing fair practices. And that was an interesting question that we put forward as well in a testing session in Siena during the Cultural Relations Forum in October among unique members, challenging them to think first of all about fairness in their own organizations when it comes to diversity in staff recruitment, or how well the staff is prepared to, in terms of intercultural skills, procurement practices. Do we work with the same usual suspects? So all these kind of things that are very relevant to an organization and define the organizational structure, right? And how can we challenge that? And then the third level, the systemic level, the one that decides on funding opportunities, that one that decides on geographical priorities when it comes to cultural collaboration, and how can we challenge this? We also think that this reflection should happen on taking into consideration different dimensions, like the cultural, the social, the technological as well, the ecological, that was also raised sometimes, and the economical one. And we also think that, the question is always about dilemmas, right? So like the questions that we should answer is like, what would I do if? What would I do when? What would I do if I'm running a project and I have people from Northern Macedonia and from Spain? Do I pay them the same? What do I do? It's a dilemma, right? And it's a dilemma on different levels. What do I do, me as Martina, as a member of a team working in an organization? How do I put this forward? How do we get in agreement with the organization? And how do we actually decide on these small things that make a difference, right? So we have put forward a number of dilemmas to be considered. We are saying that this is not a toolkit, right? This is just a reflection in reality. So questions that we need to answer, to ask ourselves in order to enter into concrete actions. And we have created different blocks, let's say, of components for this non-toolkit. Starting with ways of, like, touching upon main concepts that were the result of the conversations and the exchanges that we had, touching on decolonization, as you mentioned, or the climate emergency, intersectionality. I don't remember what else right now. Then we also proposed a fairness checker on project management. Like, when we manage projects and we collaborate with partners, how can we check on the different levels and steps of the project management cycle, if and how our processes and our decisions are fair? We also propose an organizational fairness wheel, where we ask organizations, what I told you before, to challenge the practices and reflect on their policies, the people, and the practices that they have in their own organization, and that influence afterwards the cultural relations. We also propose a set of value cards, who are based on a gamified workshop that was produced by another EU Creative Euro project, Reshape, that some of you might know. It was also challenging the fairness and the solidarity on the arts ecosystem in Europe and the Southern Mediterranean. We also propose a critical glossary, trying to understand a bit better what concepts as positionality, as you said, or privilege actually mean. And what do I forget? I think that's it. So yes, this is a bit of a description of what we are doing, and that this is something that will be available for everyone in a couple of weeks, hopefully by the end of this month or beginning of the next one. And as I said, it's a reflection, right? And I think that it's relevant in this conversation that we are doing. It's relevant also because who is commissioning this work, and because it is the National Institutes of Culture, and they are bringing this conversation within their membership, and they are, on a very large extent, the organizations that are also contributing to the systemic, let's say, level of cultural relations. It's very important that they enter into this reflection. I think we will have more time to talk in.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much for this first introduction, which I think raises several points that are very pertinent to the discussion. And first of all, the questioning that comes with the reflection on fairness and balance, and how this applies at different levels, so including your own practice, and how somehow that reflects on one's own responsibility, as well as to what extent there is a willingness to change in one's own practice when we talk about fairness and balance. So thank you very much for this first contribution, and definitely we'll be coming back to several of these points. I would now like to give the floor to Mercedes Giovinazzo, the director of the Interarts Foundation and president of the Biennale des Jeunes Créateurs d'Europe et de la Méditerranée. And of course, in your experience, particularly at Interarts, you have extensive experience in the field of international cultural cooperation. And I think you wanted to explain us a few things based on this experience, including sharing some elements on the basis of your experience promoting development cooperation in Africa. So Mercedes, the floor is yours.
Buenos días, buen día. Thank you, Jordi. It's a pleasure to be here. Before starting, I'd like to go back to what Ása said at the end. Sometimes in life, well, not sometimes, more often than not in life, it's a question of perception. It's not who you think you are or who you believe you are, is how the others see you, and who, they think you are, who the little labels that we put on each other all the time. From my personal experiences, as you can see here, I'm Mercedes Giovinazzo, and I'm old enough to hear myself say again this story, but I come from the south of Europe. My father was Italian, that's my last name, Giovinazzo, and my mother is Spanish, Catalan, but born in Mexico and raised in the United States. Therefore, I have, a mixed background from the south of Europe, but also from, elsewhere, very far away, beyond the Atlantic. And I remember as a child and an adolescent, the question that pissed me most, excuse me the expression, beyond the fact that Italians could never pronounce my name and used to say, oh, like the car? And I'm like, no, not the car. It's not the car. The question that bothered me most was, do you feel more Italian? Do you feel more Spanish? Do you feel more? And I was like, yeah, I don't care. It's not my problem. It's your problem. What I'm trying to say here is that, again, we carry our own knapsacks, each one of us. And when we relate to others, it's always a question of how we intend to relate to others. And being more generous, I think, in this idea of a one-to-one relationship. But this serves also to introduce the bottom line of what I want to share with you, and I will come to this. It comes from indeed my professional experience. I'm pretty old already, so I have, 30 years of workload behind me. And I've had the chance of working in both intergovernmental settings and non-governmental settings. And right now, it's been quite a number of years that I work at InterArts, which is a non-governmental organization. We define ourselves as a private agency that works for and with culture as a tool for development, human development. Previous to that, as I said, I was a civil servant for an intergovernmental organization during many years. I left because of a very personal decision, but it has indeed marked me very much. And I think it has to do with what I learned there, and my experience there has to do also with how I see certain things, and I will come to this. The example that I wanted to share with you all is practice, is from practice. It's what we do from InterArts in international development cooperation through culture. And I would like to focus on some projects that we have been developing since 2015 that use the third-party funding mechanism, which is, as you guys are doing in Perform Europe, it's about receiving money from a funder, in our case, of course, the European Union. Let's not forget that the European Union is the biggest public funder in the world for development cooperation and cooperation tout court, within and without, outside its borders. And we receive money from the European Union, of course, through open calls. It's not that, we knock on a door and they just give us the money. No. We apply to open calls, we submit a project proposal, and sometimes we win. From 2015 to date, we have managed 4 projects ranging from 1.5 to 4.5 million euros to give money outside to third parties, organizations on the ground, private, public, whatever, that respond to calls, to open calls for proposals that we provide. We are straitjacketed in the sense that we cannot say how much money we give outside. It ranges from the 50% to 75% of the overall cost of a project. So that gives you an idea of what we put out there for third parties. And we apply, of course, to the third parties the same requirements that we are submitted to. In that sense, it's extremely fair, very balanced, in the sense that, we are the victims of a certain system, you guys too. You have to respond to the same requirements. Now, having said this, and underlining that we have an average of 30 projects funded each time, some lessons learned. This is about fostering potential on the ground. It's about giving
people, professionals, organizations, the possibilities to develop projects that have a sense, make sense, respond to the needs of a given context. And in this case, forgive me, I have forgotten to mention it, I'm talking about Africa, Northern Africa, Western Africa, and now we're working with 11 countries in Central Africa. Most of the time it's been about the support to the creative and cultural industries, more or less, just in the widest sense of the term. But again, it's about giving professionals, organizations, the possibility to develop projects within their territories and with a scope of cooperation, bilateral or further, depending. It is about capacity building. It is about, as has been said, increasing the competencies of professionals, organizations. It is about trying to help in achieving those rights, which is access to decent work, also in the cultural sector. But it is also about networking. It is also about sharing between the beneficiaries of this funding. It is, of course, as I have said, we are submitted to certain requirements. We have to provide outputs. One of these outputs has to do with also something that Ása said. It's about how do you ensure this issue about quality? How do you foster quality when you give money to third parties and you have to ask them to do a good job? They don't receive the money just because. It is about making sense with the money that they receive. It is about also fostering access to market. As you have said, the possibility of mobility and of positioning their activities, their products, their organizations in a wider remit than the one they're used to. And it's about also the possibility of, and here we go to a higher level, and I excuse the use of the term higher, but it's about making them aware or helping them become aware of the potential of the work that they do. And the fact that therein lies a responsibility which goes beyond only doing a good job. It's about the capacity that each one of us has as a professional to have an impact in the institutional environment and therefore advocate possibly for an increased role of culture in public policies. Because if there's no institutional dialogue, if we don't take up this responsibility, it will always be top down, and I don't know what fairness we will be ever talking about. It has to be also pushed from below, from those that carry out the work and those that know what they are doing. It is, and I would like to go to the, let's say, maybe not so positive elements or conclusions that one can draw after following this kind of work. One is, happy. One is says that maybe you feel that you are contributing to a bigger picture, but at the same time, and you do it surely with a lot of honesty and willingness, and you're saying, okay, we're putting a little grain of sand or a drop of water in a big ocean that will make a difference. However, there are drawbacks, and these drawbacks, I think we have to be aware of them. Ása has mentioned some of them. It's about the time frame that we have at our availability. Time is finite. It's always finite. Also with projects, time is finite, as funding is finite. When you fund, as you will do, third parties, you create an expectation. It's, wow, you're giving us money to do something. Yes, well, this money at one day will end. And after that, what will happen? It's up to you eventually to overcome the frustration of something ending and being able of going beyond. Now, having said this, To my understanding, and because of the school of where I come from, the school that taught me my business, cooperation is about doing things together towards a shared aim. It's about being eye to eye, equal, on the same level. However, this is the theory, okay? This is not reality. Cooperation, in particular, as seen within or from intergovernmental organizations, is about this. In theory, it's about this in, let's say, the enunciation, the symbolism that is behind this. But to ensure cooperation, you need money. One can be as, thoughtful, honest, generous as one can be, but we're managing money, and this money comes from somewhere. And I always tell our counterparts in Africa, when I give an initial introduction to the project, change your perception. We're here to work with you, not only for you, but you do not have to always expect us to give you everything. You also have to have or undergo a change in the way you position yourself. Because the money comes, in the case of the European Union, from all of us. It's taxpayers' money, it's taxpayers' revenues. It's our work that generates the capacity for an intergovernmental organization or half supranational, whatever we want to call it, as the European Union, to be so generous out there. So there is a two-way responsibility, and it's our responsibility to, and I say it as, the Europeans that foster cooperation, to work with our partners in the South on this equal basis, but conscious of who we are and what we each bring to the conversation. And it requires a deep change in perception. It requires a deep change of mindset, but again, both ways. It is about, as I have said earlier, instilling change in those eventually that receive the aid. And it's about trying to understand, at the end of the day, I think, and here I will end, how can one continue to respond to that incredibly generous principle that inspires intergovernmental cooperation, which is based on solidarity. It's we help each other. But how do we respond to that? Because again, at the end, I'm richer, you're poorer, I give you money, you receive money. There's no drawback to that. We can be as generous in our thinking as we want, but that is how the cookie crumbles, as the Americans say, quite bluntly. And in the negotiations, it's one hand, one vote, but hey, I put 20% of the budget and you put 2% of the budget, so I weigh a little bit more. And if we don't take this into consideration, I think we're talking about general principles, general theory, but not down to earth practicality. And it is something that, again, we have to keep in mind as professionals and practitioners. We have to continue to do our work. But I think that we have to be a little bit, cynical and open. Fair, and here I come to this question that, tickled me from the beginning when I received Luis's mail to come here and share this morning with you all. What does fair mean? Who defines fair? On what basis? Again, is it fair because I give you the money and you receive it? Is that fair? I don't know. I don't have the answer. I think it's an incredible question. And as Martina was saying, language is also a barrier from that point of view to establish a conversation, and requires that we all pull back a little bit, look at the bigger picture, and pull in all the elements that, again, have to do sometimes, even if we don't like it, with the nitty-gritty realities that are maybe not so, up high, but down to earth, but nevertheless have to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercedes, both for explaining the drop on the ocean that organizations like InterArts can make to making international cultural relations more balanced, but also the contradictions and the limitations and drawbacks that come with that. And I'd also now like to invite Alessandra Gariboldi, who's been following us via Zoom, to take the floor now. Alessandra is the president of Fondazione Fitzcarraldo, and there she's also been involved for several years as head of the transnational projects unit in the management of several EU cooperation projects. And although due to unforeseen circumstances, she has not been able to join us in Barcelona, we are glad to count on her presence online. So Alessandra, what does this initial set of contributions suggest to you? And do you identify any obstacles or barriers towards more fair cultural relations?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for not being there. I'm really sorry. I'm not there, not able to hug you all against any COVID rule. So first of all, that's quite interesting what has been raised up to now. And I think that, first of all, I have to say what I do. And so what is my point of view on this topic? I've been basically working in Fondazione Fitzcarraldo since the beginning in transnational cooperation within the European Union. So my main perspective was diversity and how to manage that diversity within our borders. Luckily, I had the chance also personally to work sometimes with India and South America. And this really was extremely useful for me because it gives you what you can't have when you work in the same environment. I don't have the chance of the mixed background that Mercedes has. So I'm from Milan, Italy, and for 6 generations, my family didn't move even from the same neighborhood. Okay, so just to let you know how I define myself, the neighborhood girl. I've been traveling a lot, of course, and strolling around, but still, this is what defines me. And precisely because of that, every time I had the chance to work beyond Europe with the so-called third country, I was kind of shocked. And because they were doing the questions that no one of us was ever doing. They are asking questions on like challenging assumptions, basic assumptions that we even can't see. We don't know about them. So without that exercise, you can't do that questioning job that Martina was underlining. And one of the things I learned also from my a colleague of mine who's Britain, and we've been working together for many years now. And after all these years, I asked him, especially coming from Britain, so what's at the end, did you overcome your prejudices around the other countries, let's say about the other kind of, and what he was saying was quite interesting because he said, no, not at all. I confirmed them. I just gave them a different depth. So I just gave a third dimension to my prejudice. I have got a much bigger and wider and deeper understanding of those characteristics, let's say, and features. And this was quite interesting to me because it told me about how much we can, in the end, really understand each other when we even working together for so many years, even working transnationally. And I think it's maybe the question of the limitation of cultural cooperation and also the challenges it poses, and even more in the case of cultural diplomacy, because the first issue is that diplomacy and cooperation are not the same thing. So when we see that diplomacy is always an intentional, there is always an intention over there. Okay, so there's a political intention that is the one that also in the first day Milena was raising. And not surprisingly Milena, because Milena has been working for so long time with so many third countries, so-called, really get to in-depth into what does it mean to try to overcome those biases. and that she is the right person to see those biases. Diplomacy is intentional on one hand, is top-down by definition, because it's me intentionally bringing some content, something, because I have an agenda, whatever it is. I have an agenda, which is my agenda towards you. It's not relationship, it's diplomacy. In a way, cultural cooperation is or might be a tool for cultural diplomacy, but cultural diplomacy, is a broad range of things that goes from the Louvre in Abu Dhabi to cultural cooperation on the ground by sustaining local artists and creatives to empower, let's say, their capacity to make a change and to raise awareness about their value. So you can see there's a very huge range under this same umbrella. So diplomacy is vertical on one hand, is top-down by definition, although you can find many, let's say, strategies to reduce the weight you have, you still have that weight. And even in cooperation, as Mercedes was saying, because if you got the money, you will never be on the same level, never. You can't, because this is an unbalanced situation. And the other thing is that cultural diplomacy doesn't do what cultural cooperation might do, and especially what the arts do and artists do, which is allow room for conflict. That peaceful idea of cultural diplomacy, that peaceful idea of we can find a way to meet each other, is absolutely true. And it's absolutely our rightful ambition, but it's not the way things are, because there are conflicts. We are the first war, we have our privilege, we have our, we are colonialist in a way we even don't imagine. I'm talking from an Italian perspective. Italians even don't know they were colonialists. They don't know. I mean, we aren't taught at school about this. We have no idea about our colonial story. And it's a huge history. And it's a terrible history, like all colonial history. So this is something that can't be somehow overcome without somehow acknowledging and leaving room for conflict to happen. And this is where the arts goes. So this is where true encounter can happen, by acknowledging, leaving room, and making, let's say, building a frame, a safe space, so that that conflict can actually take place. Because without that, we are not going to overcome anything. And this is, let's say, on a larger scale, us and them, what happens within Europe. So I think that thinking in terms of, let's say, decolonizing our relationships, trying to balance, acknowledging the necessarily unbalanced relationship that we can have in the relations with other countries, as we are the ones with the money. And if it's not enough, there are also hundreds of years of history. So it's not just that we have the money now. We think that's, but how to overcome and then acknowledge that conflict. That also tells us, I think, a lot about what happens within Europe. Because within Europe, we have exactly the same thing. As you were stressing a lot over the last 2 years, peripheries are everywhere and boundaries are everywhere. So I think that barrier, the first barrier that you were referring to, is probably our same understanding of the leaving kind of room for conflict, which is a forbidden word in diplomacy. And of course it is. And of course our aim is to build that encounter, to reduce conflict. But still, probably culture is the arena where we can play with that conflict. We can just unveil those dynamics, which we are not, let's say, conscious enough, aware enough, let's say. And I think that this can really help, because if we don't go out from that perspective, also within Europe and its peripheries, which are peripheries everywhere, not just geographical peripheries, but social peripheries. So whatever is not in a power system, in the position of taking decisions, which in Europe happens for big metropolitan areas against rural areas, which happens for Central Europe and the Balkans, or our internal peripheries. And it's always the same. So I think that this kind of thinking can be extremely helpful and working in, let's say, with third countries, third compared to what? Who's the first? Who decided who's first place? But anyway, is I think the minimum condition so that we can then overcome what Ása was underlining so strongly this morning, while raising the issues around the actual mobility and the actual unbalanced relations that there are within Europe and opportunities that there are within Europe for artists to express. And more, it's only culture that can do it. But we have the same issue there that we have within Europe, meaning that we don't acknowledge cultural paradigm, cultural policy paradigms that tell you what is the value of culture. It's because economic development, it's because of social development, it's because of, as most of countries still do, because culture is a matter for nations, not in states, not for Europe. And this is quite relevant. That idea of being aware that we value culture as an instrument for something else. But this, what do we mean by this cultural value of culture? We never say it. We never say it, not even within cultural European and even less national cultural policies. Is unsaid, is unseen. And it's exactly the same in the end matter of power and of power distribution that we have inside and outside. So I think that this is the biggest barrier is acknowledging our paradigms. And I think also embracing some kind of conflict in the only place where it can take place, which is in artistic and cultural practice.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, for reminding us. Yeah, thank you very much for challenging some of the assumption and reminding us of the centrality of conflict in all sorts of human relations, but also the possibility for the cultural space to be one area where to negotiate those differences, and also how cultural policy paradigms inevitably shape some of the ways in which those international cultural relations take place. I would now like to open the floor to Ása as well, who's been following the discussion. And first of all, I don't know if you have any reaction to what's been said, but also, if I may, I suppose one of the common elements to the different contributions has been whether in a more central or in a more implicit way, the European dimension, and how, whether by working with European networks or with European institutions or in European projects, there is a space that is somehow different to that which would belong to more traditional national-based international relations. And because in a way the Perform Europe project is one which is launched by the European Commission, and which somehow is a request to help the European Commission rethink how support to international touring and distribution is established. I don't know if you feel that that is a space of opportunity, let's say, and if you feel that there is a willingness or an openness from European institutions to embrace that kind of change that could maybe be more difficult at the national level. I don't know if you have any reflection on the role of the European space in making more balanced or fair relations, but at the same time, any other reaction that you might have to what others have said?
Yeah, thank you. The answer to that question is yes and no. The European Commission certainly decided, after being urged by networks and organizations to embark on this journey, and this is just the beginning of this journey. And I would say the findings so far via the research that I just presented partly to you have certainly been received by the European Commission with enthusiasm. It's certainly, you can feel that there's a shift of priorities happening in terms of the themes that are being presented by the European Commission regarding their funding programs. And so I do believe the work that we have been doing and the voices that have been in the sector for a very long time have started influencing European funding programs. And I would say, from my experience, having worked with many national bodies and regional bodies, that the Creative Europe program is probably the one most receptive to new ideas that I have come across, along with the Nordic Council that I just mentioned to you. So, I mean, I do think there is a willingness by funders to embark on a journey of how the change is made. However, when it comes to the practicality of distributing funding fairly, I feel there's still a long way to go. So what I'd like to say, and link to what has been said around the table, is that I think we have been, as a culture sector in Europe and beyond, in reflection mode and thinking mode for 15 years. I think IETM started producing its sort of first publications about 15 years ago about something to do with fairness, I mean, linking to it. And I think, and I agree with what Martina said earlier, that it's really important that UNIC has come along for that right. I do, however, hope that we will soon go away from the reflection mode, because I do think we have, with the work that has been done recently, this work, Perform Europe research, and all these things, we have really got sufficient material to say this is what we need to do. So I would really like us to go away from the reflection mode to the action mode, so to speak. And in that regard, I think Perform Europe is a really important opportunity, but it shouldn't be considered as a solution to all. There is simultaneous things need to happen on all levels, and there each and every one of us come in. The awareness building that we have done in our sector in the last years is so important. Each and every one of us are able to engage in this conversation on every level, on personal level, organizational level, wherever your position is. And this is what I would really like to see happening, is that we would really, really start preaching what it is that we want to do. And believe it or not, and I'm just going to tell you a little story. Coming to the point about, is it possible to be fair? Is it possible to pay everybody the same? Yes, it is. In 2004, the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries joined forces, 8 countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland, in a project we called Keðja, which is the Icelandic word for chain. It's a project that ran for 8 years, European Union funded, Nordic funded, loads of money. It was about creating collaborations between artists and producers in those 8 countries, across the Baltics to the Nordics, as well as within and cross in every which way. Lots of different meetings, lots of artistic projects, everything. We had the good fortune to decide in the beginning, because we could, everybody's going to get paid the same. So the 3 Baltic countries that were really recently coming from under Soviet rule, the artists and the producers there all of a sudden got paid per diems or fees, which they'd never seen before. The Nordics, however, some of them got lower because they're used to much higher standard. You know, we had to find a balance there. But it really didn't matter in the bigger picture, because these projects that the Nordics were getting were just minimal in terms of their annual income anyway. So it really didn't matter. And what happened was so beautiful. It was magical, because we created a similar ground to stand on, and everybody knew this. Everybody knew, it was publicly announced. Everybody's getting the same. And it was just such an important start of a project, which then lasted 8 years. And I'd like to believe that it was an important contribution towards a thriving dance scene that you see now coming from the Baltic countries. I don't know how many of you are working in dance, but they are very, very active on the international scene. And it is partly, not solely, but partly due to protests like this, of competence built on equal ground, having a long-term conversation, that things like this happen. So, you know, practice what you preach, work through examples, and you know, make up your mind, are you gonna be a fair collaborator? And if you are, that's what it means to me. There's no middle ground in that. It just, if we're working together on a European project, we need to work in an equal way.
Excellent. Thank you very much for both for the general reflections as well as for exemplifying that with actual practice and what it takes to change in the long term. We have about 15 minutes left maximum for the session. Is it more or less like this? And I think it's now in the interest of fairness and balance, after speaking quite a lot from the table, I think it's also interesting to open the floor to the audience. So I don't know if there's, I mean, I think there's been a very rich conversation, a very rich set of contributions. So I don't know if anyone has any question, any comment, reaction. If anyone wants to take the floor, I see one question over there. Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank you, all the panel. And my question is for, oh, sorry, my name is Mar, and I work at Catalan Arts and ISEC here in Catalonia. And we've been partnering with IETM recently in Girona, which was a real pleasure and to cooperate on that project with Ása and her team. And my question is for Martina and Unique. Is this still like a membership only for the states? Okay, I'm not representing Unique here. I think that has to be clear. I'm just part of a team of experts that we have been commissioned to do this work. Yes, but yes, Unique is a membership organization, and most of its members are national institutes of culture or foreign affairs ministries that are responsible for cultural matters. So, okay, I know you don't represent, but you talk to the board probably. Yes. So, on that interest of like not being everything so centralized, I think it could be a good idea that other institutes that don't belong to the country, like by regions, could be members as well, just to open up the membership. Yeah. Because nowadays, well, we know that only Instituto Cervantes can be a member, but like there is Etxepare in the Basque Country, or here we have Instituto Ramon Llull. And I don't know, it's just an idea that maybe the membership could be like broader and not so country-centric. But it's a valid comment, and it's very much related to fairness as well, not like who has access to these networks or who is a member or not member. Yes, I think it's a valid comment. I mean, I can agree on that. Maybe.
Anybody working in the performing arts can become a member of IETM.
So yeah, everyone, let's all join IETM because it's more open. I don't see. Oh yeah.
Hello. It's a very simple question about Alessandra was saying about the diplomacy have an agenda, but also the European Union have an agenda, and the money that goes towards funding projects, they have a specific agenda in which projects to fund or not, and how those affect. I don't know, just this question, and if you can debate a bit, or I don't know.
Yes, of course. The European agenda, I mean, we have a European agenda, which is an amazing agenda, by the way. European Agenda for Culture is, I think, a very, very good one. Much better than the ones we had previously, I have to say. So in a way, I'm perfect, of course, but still. The problem is This affects, of course, but the problem is how contradictory we are in our implementation of the agenda and in the implementation of the different agendas, which are not just the European ones, but also the national ones. First of all, often cultural diplomacy is played by national, but like members like UNIC and not European, because this challenges, of course, the contrasts that are part of the European identity and set of values, which are largely, let's say, progressive and largely, of course, let's say, that ambition. But in the end, what we are doing through our, let's say, funding schemes and actions is often contradictory. So we talk about solidarity, but then we push competitiveness. So we are doing the same things, the two things quite different, let's say, embracing different paradigms within the same policy frame. So also the same entities or the same policy bodies have this contrast within themselves. So in a way, there is a role, and I think it's a key role to play, but they are also quite, let's say, difficult to embody those principles. I think that we live that contrast. In that sense, this is why I think that third countries are so precious to us, because they really help us challenging our assumptions, our identities, our agendas, and also the values that we pretend to spread around the world or share around the world without actually embody them, because unbalanced resources, injustice, lack of democracy are also spaces that we host within ourselves. So of course the European agenda it's a great agenda, and I think it's our starting point, but it also, let's say, has shadows. I don't know if I answered the question, maybe not.
Yeah, I think I do. Not sure if anyone else on the table wants to react or reflect on the notion of, let's say, how policy agendas somehow shape the opportunities.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm contributing. Maybe I'm just raising another question because you know, like the problem with agendas is they're political and they're shifting, so they're not very sustainable. And the problem with that is that they leave often the cultural operators a bit, you know, with empty hands after the policies, the political agendas change. Like I was doing my PhD on Euro-Arab cultural cooperation in a period between 2011, 2017, and there were thousands, many programs supporting Euro-Arab cultural cooperation. And today, there are much less. Like 5 years later, people that work together, that created networks, that changed, that did mobility programs, they're left without means to collaborate very often. And I think that's very problematic when it comes to the political agendas.
If I may just, sorry, it was just
Go ahead.
please, not just, oh, okay. No, it's just that we contradict our, I mean, cultural agendas are not the only agendas. So our behavior towards the world as policy entities is made of other policies, not just the cultural ones. So we are asking to cultural policies to fix what all other policies are denying. We are blocking migrants at our borders. We are, let's say, leaving that the mechanism of actual inequalities reproduce itself. So we are completely denying. We have plenty of citizens here who are living in Europe who are not European citizens. As Mercedes was mentioning in a conversation we had a few days ago, they are not citizens. They don't have those rights. How can I give cultural rights to people who don't have the basic rights? So that's also the complexity that we always, of course, our perspective is culture and cultural policies, because we think that that's the relevant, but it's a perspective and it's just one of a bunch of other that makes actual a position towards the rest of the world. So if we push them out, how can we say them, but oh, you have to be a citizen, oh really? But I don't have a job, I don't have an ID, I don't have the right to vote, I don't have, you know, so what are we talking about? Sorry, it just was
Reaction.
yeah, the views of the culture worker is certainly not being high on the agenda of those that are receiving the migrants. That's absolutely certain. But what I wanted to come up is there's been a definite pressure on the system. And there is decrease in budgets happening all across, not just Europe, but well beyond. And which has resulted in less flourishing field in many ways. And and this is a known fact. The European Union agenda, as Alexandra has said, is a beautiful document. I encourage you to read it. You know, it gives you hope and optimism. But the realities of the workings of the European system often tend to be different. The European Union is running, I mean, for example, is running a really important project called the Cultural Relations Platform, which is about Europe's relationship with third countries. And this cultural relation platform is doing a lot, but it's still just a drop in the ocean. The European Union has delegations all over the world, which in some cases is doing fabulous work in culture and arts, but it's very much dependent on the interest and the knowledge of those that are there. So what I think is, if you want to look at the problem here, we need to push for arts and culture to be higher on the European agenda, not in the European document agenda, but on the European agenda. We need to push that it becomes a significant part of the foreign policy work of the European Union. That's when we will start really seeing changes in our relationship with the rest of the world. If we manage to get that higher up on the agenda, meaning that it is a priority, then that's when the changes are going to happen, not before.
Yes, let's assume for the sake of argument that culture is an instrument of power, and that it has always been so from the origins of our species on this planet Earth. Culture has been instrumentalized for good or for bad. We have very recent examples, but in the past it has been the same. If we accept this postulate, then we do have to go from reflection mode to action mode. And it is what I was referring to earlier. When you work with in other settings, excuse me, and you try to make people understand that with what they do, there goes a responsibility to push for increased awareness, higher levels of responsibility, and a fight to make certain changes also in the political agendas. And let's again, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm the bad cop here today, but let's be honest in the sense that it's not enough being on the agenda. Again, I go back to what instruments are put at the availability or at the disposal of that agenda. Because if there are no instruments, and let's also be conscious, we live in a normative world. We live in a world made of norms, of laws, of regulations. We can have a very interesting political pamphlet, but if that is not translated into concrete legislative instruments and or funding mechanisms, there is very little that one can do. So there is a fight, and there is a battle to be fought out there in the sense of action taken up by the sector to make a change in the perception, because we are bombarded with buzzwords relating to culture and how it supports economy and how it helps in integration and this and that. But how is this actually to the service of the sector in itself and what it can actually provide for societies in general.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think we'll need to change, and I apologize. At the same time, thank you very much, everyone, for following the session. Both those in the room, those following the streaming, and apologies to the people that had raised some questions on the YouTube channel because we didn't have time to address them. But thanks also very especially to the speakers. I think we've had a very rich and inspiring session, which has helped us see the opportunities, the challenges, but also the resistances that exist to fair and more balanced cultural relations, resistances that exist at the macro level, but also within organizations and our own practices. And I think there's been quite a lot of food for thought, but also we've seen a few spots of good practice and illustrative examples which progressively can lead to more balanced cultural relations. So I would also encourage you, I think after the break, we're going to a session where there will be a space for proposals. So I think many of these ideas can help us and inspire us in that exchange. So thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to Luis now for some.
Thank you. Really was a very, very interesting roundtable. It was fantastic. And we had a lot of comments also in the YouTube channel. So it means that not only the people who are here in the room, but as well the other people who are following us in remote. So as you know, now we have the coffee break on the first day here. We are just moving. You have the bag who is waiting you here. You take the bag, you go to the cart. So we have this water, apple, banana coffee break without coffee. Sorry, you know that's the situation at this very, very moment. But we don't have a lot of time. What I will propose you is to come back just downstairs after eating something, because we will go to another part of the school where we have 4 rooms ready for the breakdown session. We'll have 50 minutes for these sessions. And after the session, we'll come back here for the final session where Vania Rodriguez will give us a synthesis of all the ideas or some of the ideas that have been shared during this seminar. And we will finish at 2 o'clock. So, which is a standard time for us. We are used to it from 2 o'clock. We know that many people from other parts of Europe, they are not used to our time schedule. So welcome to this part of the South. And enjoy the coffee break. And thanks again to all of you. We have just shared through the WhatsApp of the group, the different rooms, the groups, so people knows that. So just check it. And but in any case, downstairs there are the list with the names, and we will go all together. We will go all together because all the 4 rooms are very close, but not in this area of the school, but in another area of the school. Thank you very much. I don't remember now the title, but the idea was, this is in progress. Is the idea of we want to collect and to increase the specific documentation all over the time. So all of you are invited to add new documents, to add new references that you feel are interesting and that we can share among our community. So that's something I wanted to say before just giving the floor to Vania Rodriguez. The idea was, this is
Wow.
well, now we know that the people who are listening us through YouTube, they are a few seconds later. So, okay. So I want to introduce Vania Rodriguez. Vania Rodriguez is a very well-known cultural manager. She had been involved in many international projects all over the last years. And this last time she was finishing her dissertation. So, she told me, I'm in an introspective moment, but I thought it was very nice to have someone who had been working in this introspection and this analysis and research approach to come back again to her previous life as international cultural manager and to do what now she will share with us with this a draft, because it's always this idea of draft in progress, conclusions, a synthesis of what she has been collecting, listening us all during these days. So, of course, this is the oral version. She will write something also for have an archive with sense and with a clear line on what is happening. And this approach, as I said in the beginning, the first day, this is the seminar program has been built in this step by step. We came from this very beginning and we wanted to finish with recommendations and building an agenda for ourselves, for our networks, and for policymakers. So, Vania, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've put the 20 minutes here. That's too much.
Very close. Yeah.
Is it close enough? Yes. So here we are at the end. This has been 3 days, I guess, with more than 20 or 30 speakers. So keep your expectations low as far as synthesis goes. For me, I have a lot of scribbles. And of course, what I will share with you, what I took from this conference is subjective and is for sure different for each and every one of you. I think we all have this moment at the end of conferences that we attend. What do I take home? So what I will share with you now in a very disorganized and fairly improvised way is what I take home from this conference, which is not the same, maybe looking back in a month's time when I will digest some things. But that said, I look at this conference always as part of the Stronger Peripheries project. That said, this is not any other conference. It is not an academic conference. It is not a conference in the framework of IETM or UNIC or any other international organization. And that has focused my perspective. What is it that you, most of you, especially in these last days, in the last hours, mostly partners of the project, want to get out from this seminar as Stronger Peripheries partners? And the first thing, which is very simple, but the first thing that I think has been repeating itself, the first idea over the days, is a call for us all to be reflective practitioners. That is, that the demands are so huge, so pressing, that the paradigms are changing so radically, that the sense of urgency is so evident that there is no escape. In a sense, I cannot go back to my previous life. We cannot just go around managing projects in the way we did before. So this issue of criticality, of bringing critical thought into our everyday practice, I think, is one of the simplest but important takeaways from the conference. And one of the ways this was said by many of you was that, and excuse me for not quoting directly persons, but some of us has said that our daily practices are political. Meaning when you're talking about fair practices, what we do or what we fail to do may enhance or destroy fairness. So when you are managing the project, and I am aware that you still have 3 years ahead of you, do you pay attention? Do you really pay attention to each person's financial, economical, social situation? And do you act accordingly? In my experience, there is still a difference between the acknowledgement, the discursive acknowledgement of the situation and the practice, the everyday practice of this. But you all, the good news is, I think, you know how to do this. And that is the second thing I take from this conference, is that there is a lot of expertise, of knowledge lying around, not only in the framework of the stronger peripheries, but from the very ultra local, like Esteban Martin said, from the very ultra local project that has fair micro or strives for fair micro practices to larger projects. The knowledge is there, the expertise is there. Sometimes the confidence is not there, the confidence in your own work. So one thing that you saw in these 3 days is that there's a lot of expertise in engaging local communities in international projects, which is no longer a paradox. Maybe it was in the 90s. Let's get over it. It is not anymore. And many people that have been sitting here over these days have proved that very clearly. Working internationally from an ultra-local perspective is possible. You're doing it every day. You're writing about it. You're publishing about it. You're discussing that. So that is not an issue anymore. And maybe that is why the metaphor of the periphery and the center was, again, for me, not the strongest part of the conference. Conceptually, the seminar didn't invest very much in defining or further redefining central concepts, as you would expect. We listened to many different concepts of periphery. And we didn't agree on one, and maybe that is okay. And maybe we are past those times in which these conferences were focused in defining and redefining these concepts. I had the idea that all of you, and I say all of you encompassing all the speakers, were more interested in discussing the criticality, the fairness of their daily practices than engaging into yet another conceptual conversation about is periphery a relevant concept? Is our obsession with the center relevant? Is periphery the same as margin? Are domestic peripheries, you talked about domestic peripheries also, in a way conditioning the way we behave internationally. It seemed to me that the issue of project practices, daily practices, even daily bread, as someone mentioned, and as a part of your project is more important. Both in many presentations, many speakers' presentations, maybe especially Also, always welcome, maybe especially in this last session, the Perform Europe. Of course, we have been told what we already know: inequalities, contradictions, disparities, overarching political agendas, these imbalances of opportunities, of touring and distribution opportunities, the way that these projects cause human drain. But again, and the paradox between isolation and concentration. But again, what I felt throughout the days was that there is a great energy in local practices that are connected together. And one of the other things that you kept repeating, and when I say repeat, I say it in a good way, was that you were stronger together. That being small or being in the periphery and connecting with each other and cooperating with each other was key for you. But there's also a takeaway, important takeaway, that those partnerships maybe gain when they join different scales. When I say scales, I mean sizes, but also scopes. So that maybe we were used to having networks of only festivals or cities, and that was the old way of networking internationally. And nowadays, more and more, we're seeing what we gain by cooperating at multi-scales and multi-scope level. And again, many of you are being brave enough to do so, to mix an urban art activist project with a city council, with an European agency, etc. And so this combination of scales and scopes is also, I think, an important takeaway in terms of the formats you engage to in the projects in the years to come. In terms of diversity and disparity of differences between geographies, there are also important notions, I guess. And one of them was that how do you deal with that diversity can shed light on your own political beliefs, meaning how do we deal with that? Do we deal with that? Do we Netflix our way through diversity, meaning quotas and instruments to coordinate and to include everybody? And remember the testimonies that we have here from the publishing industry, the book industry, and what we can learn from that. And those strange coincidences that we have all seen the same films. So we have a huge power in our very different, diverse networks to not to reproduce these models. These silences are normal, okay? I'm looking through my scribbles. I told you to keep your expectations low. I'm processing this still. There's also for me important lesson to try and not be overwhelmed by this. Luis presented the conference outline as a step-by-step approach, and indeed, you started with going from questions to answers, from perplexities to proposals. And then there was a very evident call to action in the last day. But this can be overwhelming because at least three levels were always mentioned. The personal level, what you do with your team, in your organization. The organizational level, what you do in your project, in your institution, and the political level. We should vote, we should push for the European agenda, we should. So this is this can be overwhelming. And again, as a reflective practitioner, I would say one of the things that this conference made me think about is that you have to make choices. It is very difficult to be active, 100% active at the ultra local level, at an organizational level, and at a political level. So make your choices and make change happen. But by all means, do not try to change the world at all the 3 levels every day. You will exhaust yourself. And we also talked a lot about exhaustion, human drain, and self-exploitation here. So making our choices and knowing who we are and whether we are more a political activist person, whether actually the micro scale is where we feel at our best is also very important. Not pretending that we're doing all the things at the same time. This conference was also very broad in the scales that it brought to the fore, and meaning that and it showed that the relevant work can happen at any of these different scales. So we don't need to try and be brilliant at each of them, every of them. Maybe 1 or 2 things to try and start to finish off was, of course, the elephant in the room in a lot of conversations was the nation state. So despite this being international cooperation, the nation state made its appearances now and there in group discussions and in speakers' presentations. And there I have to say, I don't have proper takeaways or conclusions. I have the idea that the relevance of the nation state as the paradigm to think about international cooperation is finally being contested. So that you all, in a way, are already finding ways to surpass the idea of the nation state as the first standpoint, the first platform from which you cooperate. And that seems like good news. But for other people, especially in group discussions, the nation state is still seen mainly as a barrier, as a disappointment, as a place to battle, a place for struggle. So, sorry to say, for me at least, no conclusions in that particular area. There were environmental sustainability was not a specific or an explicit topic of this conference, but it of course affected all conversations, but it didn't do so in a detailed or profound way, as wouldn't be expectable in a conference that defines itself as a broad seminar. But again, it seems from the conversations, both at the mainstream stage and off-stage conversations, that this is far from a consensus. Not the climate emergency, that is more or less, but the way that we incorporate that into our project management practices is far from a consensus. So one takeaway from me in terms of peripheries is that maybe a seminar only on that the impact of that topic in project management is perhaps needed. Again, not as Ása said, not again diagnosing and pretending that we are going to study all over again from the beginning. No, the knowledge is there, but discussing in detail the impact and the tools that you have at your disposal to make better projects. There was, of course, the conference was also, in a way, contaminated in a good way with a lot of conversations that have been going on in the cultural sector regarding to a culture of hospitality and care, and how that can be incorporated in your daily practices. It's a far greater ongoing conversation about that. 2 last points. One is about agendas. Again, here I see polarization throughout this seminar. So for some of the speakers and some of the participants, European mainstream agenda is a generous, compelling, enthusiastic one. For other speakers and testimonies, Pan-Africanism, multilateralism, internationalism outside of the European agenda is or might be a more important source of inspiration and point of reference than the instruments that are provided in the European framework. So again, here I see very different ways of dealing with international agenda setting trends. No consensus there as well. And last but not least, at least not for me, there was a conscience that even in projects that, such as Stronger Peripheries, apparently do not include the most powerful players from the North, that there is a need to avoid the colonial trap in our projects by inadvertently repeating patterns of North-South, but not in a geographical way. So the pattern, the obvious pattern is comparing big countries or old European countries, such as France and Germany. The first names that appeared on all the charts that we saw here, that's the pattern. And then we compare them to smaller, poorer countries. That's the pattern. But in different projects where those countries are not there, we still can, it is possible to repeat. So maybe you could say that Spain, Romania is a North-South dichotomy. And maybe we are less aware of that because France is not in the room. So this colonial trap kept crawling into a lot of conversations. And that remind me, of course, that there was a lot of discussion about power during these 3 days and power dynamics. It reminded me this morning only, so it was not something that I had come across, but it reminded me of I don't know if it is a quote, it's an expert from a Nigerian American writer whom I love very much, Teju Cole. Well, he has a lot of lovely books, but one of them I think is relevant for us here. It's called Open City. And he says something that like the hand, remember that the hand that gives is always above the hand that receives. And I think a lot of that quote encapsulates for me some of the discussions that we had here, whether they were at the political level, organizational level, or our personal attitudes every day. So the hand that gives is always above the hand that receives. Let's try and change that. I thank you very much for welcoming me. I am very aware that I didn't make completely organized and very fluid presentation with lots of scribbles and photographs. This was a very impromptu and honest time travel from the impressions I had of the conversations we've been having since the first day until now. I would like to thank you all for the conversations on stage and off stage, the corridors, and thank you also to Luis for the invitation and to the Stronger Peripheries project. And I really, really wish that the Stronger Peripheries project believes and shows and discusses more some of its most invisible but powerful aspects. I will say just one more thing. Some of the methodologies of the specific formats that projects like this test and experiment are not visible enough. You sometimes in some conversations talked about, for instance, that you work in tandems. we don't know enough. And when I say we, I mean we, like in the performing arts international bubble, if you say, doesn't know enough about what are you experiencing in those choices? What are you delivering? What have been obstacles? So again, maybe moving away from broad and conceptually driven conversations and discussing with confidence micro practices that you are mainstreaming, making visible, and making effective every day. I know with effort and in struggling every day. So this is also a way of saying congratulations for the project, and best of bon courage for the next 3 years. And thank you.
Well, we are very close to the end, but we are not yet in the end. Because the project, as you said, we are only in the beginning of the second year, and this is a 4-year project. So there is still a lot of way to do together, and to do not only ourselves, the consortium members, but with the community, the cultural community, and not only the European community. I'm very glad that we have colleagues joining us from different countries from outside the European Union, from Europe, of course. And I think this is important because we need to listen the other voices. Sometimes Europeans, we don't know enough that we are too Eurocentric, and we are in our own bubble. And when we are outside the bubble, we understand that the world is very small. We share, and we share, most of us, the people working in the cultural sector, the same values, but we are not in the same conditions. So we are privileged people. And I think when we talk about cooperation, the first thing we have to repeat every day is we are privileged people. Privileged people because we have the capacity to be contacting and being linked to many other people, because we work with the symbolic value, with the intangible value. We try to connect ideas, emotions, expressions, and this is the way that culture, art and culture do things. So that's, I think it's important to be said. I also want to, before giving the floor to one of our colleagues who was organizing the next seminar, and I want as well to give them a window of opportunity to sell their own proposal for debating and for being together. I want to thank all the people who have been working in the organization of this seminar, because it's without them it was not possible. So this is like an iceberg, you know. Sometimes we only see the people who are in the top of the iceberg, but the iceberg is very, very wide. So you didn't see the people who are in the maybe downstairs organizing things and doing everything. You see that Carlos is always here. He's always. But I also want, and especially that Giada and Joan are here, and we have as well, but I don't see them. Maybe they are downstairs. There is Tino, there is Pablo, there is as well. So all the people who are just joining us and helping us, and of course the staff from the school and from the university. And that's important. I think we know things happen because we are able to create teams. And I remember that these last days, I think it was yesterday, in the moment someone said, yes, I remember, it was, I think, Laura. Laura said, how we share our experience working together internationally to all the team of people, all the people who are around us, doing maybe very specific tasks, or what happens when we we left our organization, we do other things, how we are able to not lose all this knowledge. And this is particularly important because international cultural cooperation is not only an affair of people, individual people, the commitment of individual people, but at the same time, it is a long-term thing. Ivan was saying this yesterday, saying we invested 10 years ago, and now, just now, we are receiving the fruits. And the question is, how many people can wait 10 years? How many organizations can wait 10 years when you are in very weak situation, risking all the time? And that's also something we have to take into account, that international relations means time, means resources, all kinds of resources, financial, human, mainly human, but also the importance of spaces. And we saw this yesterday. So when we are in a place that the place gives you possibilities, how we share these possibilities. We were discussing about, I remember that Cesc talks about co-production. And he said, co-production is about money. Not enough. It's not enough with space. And some people say, okay, but in some other environments, just giving a space for artists, giving them the possibility to develop their own project, this is a fantastic opportunity. But that depends from where we are. And that's something which is part of this debate. Okay, I don't want to repeat and to just continuing in the dialogue, but I wanted just to thank all of you for coming to Barcelona, to Catalonia in these difficult moments. It was risky. We know that some of you were doubting, is it really the right moment to come? I'm not only risking myself, but maybe my relative, my family, maybe I will have to be in quarantine in the hotel because they don't allow me to go back. So this is as well a lot of risk. And I want to say this explicitly because things happen because people risk. Without risk, there is no progress. And sometimes, especially in this old continent and Europe, we are too old and we live too comfortable at home and we don't risk enough. And I think this is as well something that the cultural sector needs to improve. Not only improve in sustainable affairs that I think we still need to do a lot, but also to understand that artists risk when they present their work, and is a conceptual and even a life kind of risk. But all of us will need to do if we want to progress in a more equitable way. So I finish just thanking again to all of you for coming, to inviting to come back in more normal situations. This time, I hope next time we will offer you real coffee, real tea. I must say that in Granollers, we had a fantastic coffee break, real coffee break, not like here. But in any case, this is survival backs in order to do what is the main thing, which is exchanging among us, reflecting together, and accepting that diversity is the most valuable thing that human beings can share among us. And that's why when we wrote and thought about the title of the seminar, the subtitle was Visions from the Peripheries, in plural all the time. And with this, without liking to narrowing too much. So now I give the floor, I don't see them. Okay, yeah. So please, our Italian colleagues will offer us a wonderful proposal for.
So first of all, thanks Luigi and thanks to the Barcelona team for having us these days.
And thanks, Vanya, for the very enriching and engaging non-conclusion, as we called it. I'm